Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. I still got to test the ones out there on. Test 1 2 3. 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 The lights working. Yes, sir. I had to plug it. Hey, Arnold. No wood. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Was on his light? Okay. No, but when I first came over here, it wasn't licked up. I plucked it a few times. It must have fixed it. I'm serious.
I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt,
My name on there somewhere.
Senator Boyd,
Oh, what? Tell me.
Senator Brannick, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler of the 36, Senator Butler of the 38, Senator Carter, Senator Kaufman, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator McCon, Senator McDaniel, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Moran, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sojourner, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Brother Tom Washburn, who is the assistant pastor of the First Baptist Church in Jackson, Mississippi, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Kirby. Brother Washburn.
Well, let's pray together. And before we pray, I want to thank y'all. You're our neighbors across the street, and we have got the best neighbors in the world. And we thank you for being good neighbors, and thank you for what you're doing for my Jackson. Let's pray. Father, we do thank you so much for this day. I thank you for these men and women who work so hard for so little financial gain. But Father, I thank you for their hearts for this state. And God, I just pray that you'd bless each one of these men and women. Father, I pray you'd protect them as they travel to and from. Father, I pray for them to have that thing I guess we just call sanctified common sense, to know what to do when the time is right to do what to do. And God, we thank you. We thank you so much for the Lord Jesus. I thank you that the one who told us not to worry about the future is the same one who wrote the last page. So we can trust him, and we thank you for him. We make this prayer in his name. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Brother Washburn. And appreciate you lending us our facility so often, your facility so often for our prayer breakfasts and everything else. They're good neighbors, so thank you very much. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Pope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, petitions.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Next to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions, I recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. Senator Michelle, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to welcome our Doctor of the Day to our chamber today. It's Dr. Fred Kinsey. He's a resident of Madison, and Dr. Kinsey practices emergency medicine at both Baptist Hospital and the Ole Miss Hospital. And we want to welcome you to the Senate floor today and thank you for giving us your time.
Thank you very much. Other introductions? Other introductions? I can't believe you guys have missed a former member of the Senate who has joined us today, Doug Davis. Would you stand, Senator Davis, and now Sister to Cindy Hyde-Smith? Welcome one home. Glad to have you back, Doug. Thank you. And thank you for your work with Senator Smith, and we appreciate all of your good work. Other introductions? Senator Moran for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, today we have guests with us from NASA. Also in the South Gallery, we have some ladies up here with us, Ms. Tish Williams. She is our Chamber of Commerce Director, and Ms. Star Chapman is with the Republican Women. And we have a lot of folks around here today, but if you would, please make them feel welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining. Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, I'd like to recognize we have some dental students here, along with the dentist from my area, Dr. Jimmy Hollingsworth. So let's make them all welcome today.
Several of those are on your rural scholarship program that the Senate has championed and will be working in rural Mississippi. Senator Kirby for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of introductions, actually. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we are welcome today to have Kelsey Powell from Louisiana, undergrad at the law school here at MC. She lives in Flowood. If you would, please stand, Kelsey, and let your Senate make her welcome. Also, Mr. President, we have the Dental Association and some dental students here today. We're honored to have them. If they would please stand and let their Senate make them welcome.
We did already, I think, Senator McMahon for an introduction, sir. Senator McMahon for an introduction.
Yes, Mr. President, in the South Gallery, I would like to ask Lee Holman to stand and Anna Ivy stand up. Couple of dental students from Tupelo, Mississippi. Let's give them a warm Senate welcome.
Senator Branning, for what purpose?
Introduction, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed.
In the South Gallery, I see my friend Dr. Donald from Louisville. Thank you for being with us today. We appreciate you.
Okay, any other introductions? Senator Hobson for an introduction. I'm sorry. Senator Barrett for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would help me welcome, we have got Dr. Sherry Pippin with us today. Dr. Sherry, if you will wave to the crowd. Cindy, if you would help me welcome Dr. Pippin.
All right, thank you very much. Any other introductions? Any other introductions? Seeing none, Senator Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I request floor privileges for guests from Stennis Space Center's senior leadership team.
Privileges are granted. Sergeant at Arms, please escort our guests to the Senate floor.
Is it really? Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I request the proclamation be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the proclamation.
Mississippi State Senate, Lieutenant Governor C. Delbert Hoseman Jr. is President of the Senate, and Senators Mike Thompson, Philip Moran, Joel Carter, Jeremy England, Scott Delano, Bryce Wiggins, and Bart Williams extend the greetings of the Mississippi Senate to the Stennis Space Center Senior Leadership Team. Now, therefore, the Lieutenant Governor, C. Delbert Hosemann, Jr., as President of the Senate, and Senators Mike Thompson, Philip Moran, Joel Carter, Jeremy England, Scott Delano, Bryce Wiggins, and Bart Williams do hereby extend the greetings of the Mississippi Senate to the Stennis Space Center Senior Leadership Team on the occasion of Stennis Space Center Capitol Day on February 16, 2023, and our best wishes to the Center's leadership team and employees on this auspicious occasion. Signed, this 16th day of February, 2023.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Stennis Space Center, located in southwest Hancock County, Mississippi, is truly, I think the way we described it a little earlier this morning, is a jewel for the state of Mississippi. Stennis Space Center has a long history of supporting NASA missions going back more than 60 years, all the way up through today with the Artemis program. Stennis Space Center also has a history of supporting other branches of the military, as well as our state IHLs, and now has evolved into supporting private companies who are leading the way with research and development of space flight for commercial purposes. Mr. President, if I can, I'd like to recognize Deputy Director John Bailey to briefly address the Senate.
Mr. Bailey, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Thank you, and I'm honored to be here today, and I really appreciate this opportunity. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for your support to John C. Stennis Space Center. I'm John Bailey. I am the Deputy Director of John C. Stennis Space Center in Hancock County, Mississippi. And I want to talk to you a little bit about what happened on November the 16th of 2022 at 12:47 a.m. Mississippi played a critical role in NASA's vision of exploration that day. The Space Launch System roared to life that morning, early in the morning, and lit up the skies in Florida. And, you know, NASA is now on its way back to sending the first woman to the moon and the first person of color in the Artemis program. And Mississippi is critical in making that happen. I was there that day with my wife and my 16-year-old daughter, who also paged here once before. And when the rocket went off, I told her just to take that moment in for a second, because it was a part of history, right? This is what her kids will read about in their history books, the beginning of the Artemis generation. We're going to go back to the moon. We're going to stay. We're going to learn. And then we're going to move on to Mars. And each and every one of you here should be proud of that, because Mississippi played a critical role in that. Stennis Space Center, along with Airjet Rocketdyne, we tested the RS-25 engines that powered that rocket. We tested the whole core stage that powered that rocket. We're going to continue testing those engines into the future that will power future Artemis rockets and generations of exploration. We're testing new upper stage technologies for Artemis 4. We are working with commercial companies like Relativity Space and Rocket Lab, which the state of Mississippi supported and helped land those critical commercial companies down to Stennis Space Center. So we really, truly appreciate your support in making that kind of thing happen for us at Stennis Space Center. And in closing, we just finished our 2022 economic impact study that's created for us by Mississippi State. And Stennis Space Center generates about $1.3 billion for the local economy in Mississippi. We have over 5,000 employees coming on site, and 74 cents of every dollar that flows through Stennis directly supports Mississippi. So again, we really appreciate your support, and we welcome you on this journey as we go beyond the moon, onto Mars, and exploring the universe. So thank you, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Got it?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey, and all of your staff. Fantastic work for the future of the country and the future of Mississippi. Okay, we're going to move to the calendar, and we'll start with appropriations. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad that our friend and former colleague Doug Davis is in the gallery on a fun appropriations day. He's somebody that can appreciate what we're about to do. Mr. President, I thought what I would do this morning before we get started on the individual budgets is what we traditionally do, and that is kind of give an overview of where we stand in the budgeting process. Each of you should be getting a worksheet. Hopefully those are being passed out here momentarily, and I'm looking for mine to let you know what we are looking at right now on the budget. If I could get the pages to start passing out the worksheets so you can be looking at that. Let me just give some, again, reminders for the members of the Senate that when the ELBO looks at all of our state agencies and all the expenditures that we have through state government, that process, when we're out of session, goes forward, and they do some snapshots of each agency, certainly looking at employees that have not filled positions for 180 days. We eliminate all those. And when ELBO gets us a report, JLBC gets together in the fall and over the course of a few days starts looking at those budgets. We remove all the one-time funds, so a lot of these budgets we're going to talk about today. In some agencies, you'll see dramatic decreases in their budget because they had one-time funds for last year for projects. Others you'll see that are close to the same, and we'll have some other things that you'll see in all the budgets. If they're prior year invoices, those should be included. We've got, prior year expenses, we've included that in all the budgets. So if there was a project that we started in this fiscal year and it needs to continue through 2024, those will be included in the budgeting process. And then, of course, we're deleting and eliminating any one-time payments that have been utilized already. One of the things that we are looking at right now is the impact as we start crafting this budget of the tax bill that was passed last year. That's going to probably be $185 to $200 million effect on the budget starting this year, starting in FY 2024. We haven't even started to see that. But that's something we'll be looking at. And then, of course, in March, we'll have the Revenue Estimating Committee. We'll get together and make determinations on what the revenue for 2024 should look like. And then we'll have a follow-up JLBC meeting shortly thereafter to set the 2024 final budget. That's why you can't set a final budget right now. We don't even know what the revenue's going to be for the next fiscal year. But you'll see on your worksheets, I invite you to flip over to what I'm going to refer to as the second page. And the proposal based on LBR, and there were a couple of changes I'm going to talk about in a minute, but the proposal of general fund expenditures is $6,351,869,011. Additionally, we've got EEF funds projected at $519,916,707. Healthcare expendable funds that we use on the Department of Health's budget and one or two others, mental health, I think, and maybe one other budget, $97,649,377, and then the Tobacco Control Fund, which is utilized in the Department of Health budget, is $20 million. This does not include any expenditures of capital expense. It does not include ARPA, which we have, Senator Polk can talk about that, roughly $350 million that we did not appropriate last year. This does not include Gulf Coast Restoration Fund. This does not include BP Fund, and certainly does not include any funds that we have on reserve by way of the Rainy Day Fund. There were four items, I will tell you, there are four items we added in at JLBC, and I'm looking for those notes that were additions to what LBO brought back to JLBC. One of those was to increase our homestead exemption. Last year, I think for the first time in my memory, we fully funded homestead exemption to the county, and that was it's $92 million. I think we had to add $1.2 million to get to that number. Also, we added some money for the forensics lab. I'm looking for that exact figure, but we added money, here it is, forensics lab, $2.4 million for DPS to help them get caught up even more on the backlogs that we've got in some criminal investigations. Also, we added $12.3 million to help with foster home and adoption payments as we want to continue to accelerate the work that CPS does to ensure that all children are being taken care of quickly, promptly, and efficiently, and help with the adoption process. And then finally, we put in $32 million of health insurance for the state, and that goes back to last year. If y'all recall, we put $60 million into the health insurance trust fund last year to help offset increases in insurance premiums. So for every state employee, everybody that deals with the state health insurance, this helped keep our costs to the minimum, and we put, again, another $32 million into that to assist to help keep these costs down. And we'll continue to look at that as we go through the process. Mr. President, I think that's an overview, general overview of where we stand on the budget, and I am happy if you would like for me to yield to questions at this time. If not, I'll start in on the various bills. So I'll yield for questions at this time if any members want to ask any.
Questions for Senator Blackman. For what purpose, ma'am?
Questions?
Were you here for a question?
I yield.
Senator Blackman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Present.
I was, I think we started out with like $3.5 billion that was surplus, and now you've incorporated a lot of that money into the $9 billion budget.
No, it's not. $9 billion was last year's, and that was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That included, last year was all the ARPA money that was included in that. That was additional EEF, capital expense, a lot of different things. So that's last year's budget.
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong budget. Thank you.
Thank you,
It's
Senator.
the wrong year. Okay, so we have not utilized any of that surplus then.
Well, I wouldn't agree with when you say 3.5 billion. It depends on what you're talking about. But no, we have not utilized any of the funds. If you're talking about capital expense, BP money, GCRF, ARPA, none of that has been expended thus far. And that'll come to you in a separate appropriations bill. And we got one, in fact, today that I plan on bringing up. Senator Polk will handle. It's the ARPA bill from last year to continue along the projects that we started funding in FY23.
Okay, so you basically did a continuation budget that's being presented to us right now, with the exception of those things you said.
No, the continuation budget I'm referencing is the ARPA budget. But this is the first step. This is the LBR portion of our half, the Senate half of the budget bills that we'll take up. Of course, we'll have House bills that'll come over in a few weeks, and we'll take those up at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackman.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator Blunt, for the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, this is a general question as relates to the budget as a whole, and that is the retirement system and the action by the board. Could you speak to that and where we are on PERS and what changes, if any, you anticipate?
Sure. Most of you know that the PERS board last month recommended, or not recommended, they were going to increase the employer contribution. I think it was effective October the 1st, up from 17.4% to 22.4%. That would have an effect on our state budget of about $265 million. So a huge impact on our state budget. And as most of you appreciate, that's recurring. Number one, that's recurring. Number two is that's roughly it's over a 4% increase. Quick math, a little bit over a 4% increase to our state budget without any additional money for any state agency. It's my understanding that PERS is meeting again soon, and they may have discussions on that issue, Senator Blunt. I don't know. I think they may have paused that recommendation to increase the employer contribution. But it certainly, if it stood at that, it's going to be a significant increase in hit to the state budget. Thank you.
Senator Simmons, D, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You here for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Simmons is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator Hobson, I apologize if I didn't hear this in your earlier presentation. Are we addressing any deficit appropriation in any of the budgets before us now?
No, we've already, we've addressed the first round. As you may know and probably do, we've done some deficits that we've already pushed through to the House, and they've got a separate bill. So some of those I think will be funded here very shortly. We've got the deficit bill that I also brought out that we passed that we'll keep kind of hanging around till the end of the session in case anything comes up. But the deficits we handled last week, and I can't remember the exact amount. I know the general fund portion was in the neighborhood of 20 or 30 million, and there were special funds and other funds that were utilized. Pretty decent amount. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I can get that for you. But that's not in this budget. This is our FY24 budget we're about to take up today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Senator. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready to start. On the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first motion is that we take up items 1 through 9 in block and have the titles read if anyone does not wish to pull one aside.
Does anyone wish to pull aside any of the items 1 through 9? Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. President. 9.
Okay, Senator, 1 through 8. 1 through 8 in block. Okay, Senator.
Thank you. My motion is take up 1 through 8 in block and have the titles read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, we're ready to go. Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 3000, appropriation IHL general support. Senate Bill number 3001, appropriation IHL subsidiary programs. Senate Bill number 3002, appropriation IHL Alcorn State agricultural programs. Senate Bill number 3003, appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Agricultural and Forestry Experiment Station. Senate Bill number 3004, appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Cooperative Extension Service. Senate Bill number 3005, appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Forest and Wildlife Research Center. Senate Bill number 3006, appropriation IHL Mississippi State University Veterinary Medicine College of. Senate Bill number 3007, appropriation IHL Student Financial Aid.
I move, make the usual motion. Sorry.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to just go through the numbers, and then I will point out those issues that are different from last year's budget. I want to reiterate, all of these budgets have deletions of one-time funds. They've got any prior year invoices that need to be settled, and any updated performance measures. But I'm going to go through the numbers, and I'll highlight the items in each of these that are changes from last year. Total action on general support is $355,280,434. Of that portion in the general support for IHL, that is general funds, is $343,869,278. On subsidiary programs, that number is $85,259,792. The general fund portion, $36,441,938. In the Alcorn State Agricultural and Forestry Experiment Station, total $33,380,661. General portion $22,961,289. Co-op Extension Service, total $45,902,289. General fund portion $31,600,078. Mississippi State Forest and Wildlife Research Center, total $7,173,711. General fund portion $5,812,652. College of Veterinary Medicine, total $51,374,450. Total general support $18,610,401. And financial aid, $55,374,313. General fund portion, $50,634,313. Changes in those bills include, we moved the Alcorn State, last year we had the Ag and Poultry Sciences portion of Alcorn State in the IHL General Support Bill. We've moved that now to the Alcorn State Ag bill, the separate bill, and that includes agency operations of 170 in the Poultry Sciences Academic Research Center for $165,000. In student financial aid, we put in the language for the Winter Read and Faith Scholarship programs and using EEF, and that's it. That's it. The other one's on the University of Mississippi Medical Center. That's an explanation of those items 1 through 8, and I will yield for questions.
Questions on the ones we're taking in block 1 through 8? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Motion is passage by use of the morning roll
Use of
call.
the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Carter's voting no. Present. Seeing none, we're on item 9.
I ask to go to that item, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3008, appropriation IHL University of Mississippi Medical Center.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the UMMC bill, the total expenditure is $1,843,753,641. General fund support, $180,875,758. Changes in that include removing the language on the governor's veto with the $50 million for the hospital improvements, and we also amended a section concerning the Asylum Hills project for the reappropriation of $2,956,902. Those are the funds, if you don't recall, that we provided for UMMC as part of that project so that they could expand into areas on their campus and remove the burial sites and the graves to another location in the Jackson area. And so we provided those funds, and that's a reappropriation. I'll yield for questions, Mr.
Questions
President.
on the bill. Senator Blackman, you're recognized for what purpose, ma'am?
An amendment at the proper time.
The proper time would be appropriate. If you'd please bring it to the front desk. Okay, questions. Senator McClendon.
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed while she's coming with her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like for the Senate to look to the North Gallery, and if she would, Ms. Kelsey Powell stand. She is with the Senator Cindy Hyde Smith's office here in Jackson. Please give her a warm welcome.
Glad to have you. Other questions before we get to the amendment? Other questions? Okay. Senator Blackman is recognized for an amendment.
Pardon my mess is what I said.
No, you leave it right there. Thank you, Mr. President. What my amendment does is appropriating an additional $20 million to the University of Mississippi Medical Center for the purpose of recruiting additional African-American medical students and defraying the expenses associated with providing grants to African-American medical students. That's all the amendment does. And the Legislative Black Caucus conducted a hearing a couple of weeks ago, and the Associate Dean of the medical school showed us that the number of African-American doctors basically has not increased from 1960. And we have all of these communities where we have medical deserts. And this would allow for us to assist the University Medical Center in recruiting and retaining African-American doctors in the state of Mississippi. That's what the amendment does. And I would be happy to entertain any questions.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
You for a question, Senator Blackman?
I do.
Senator McClendon, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator Blackman, do we know the number of applications that African Americans turn in for UMMC?
Yes, sir. They provided it to us, and it'll be 20 to 30, and they'll accept maybe 5. Well, they'll accept no more than 10 to 12. And what the Associate Dean pointed out to us was that they have to start almost in elementary school to start exposing the students to medicine so that they will want to go into medicine. And because we know that she pointed out to us that those African American students who go to the University of Mississippi Medical School, they will do their residency in another state just so they could be exposed to another state, but they come back to Mississippi and they'll go throughout the communities. We know right now that there's a desert from Tunica County to Wilkinson County, and in the Jackson, everybody wants to be in the Jackson area. So all I'm trying to do is increase the assistance for the medical school to be able to recruit and retain African American doctors.
Do we know the numbers of the number of all students that apply that are accepted?
I do have it from 1960 forward. I did not bring it up here, but off the top of my head, it would be, I would say 400 to 500, and they accept 200. They only have slots for 200.
But they only get 400 applications a year?
Don't hold me to that, but I have it and I'll forward it to you because they emailed it to me, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
A question, please.
You for a question, Senator Blackman?
I do.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chairman. The goal of this appropriation would be to recruit more physicians for these desert areas that you're referencing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that not somewhat similar to the rural physicians program we have, which has been very good for potentially the district that I represent because we're very rural? What would assure us that physicians that were recruited through this program would actually practice in the areas that you are desiring?
The University Medical Center will make that clear in terms of when they are accepting and providing financial assistance. I can't do this in this amendment because I will be putting general legislation on an appropriation bill. But as you know, I'm not on appropriations, but when I was on appropriations 20 years ago, you put notes at the bottom, and I assume you still do that. And so that's what we would be doing, is putting a note on the appropriation bill as to what the intent of the legislature is for this.
Okay, because that was my concern, is that it would be wonderful to increase the enrollment and doctors that are from communities of color. But if the goal is that they serve in particular regions, we would need another piece.
That's correct, and that's why it could be done in the notes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Will you for a
President.
question, Senator Blackman?
I yield.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. I like the merits of what you're proposing here. You said a couple of things, though, that raised some questions for me. The first one was that for something like this to work, it has to start kind of early on. And what I've done in my capacity in economic and workforce development is I've gone to a number of after-school programs and other things like that, and I've seen what you're describing, children who are not exposed to careers beyond what they experience in their home, and I do think we need to do a better job in exposing, the K through 12 group of kids to things where they can aspire to be something that they maybe have not thought about. And I use the example sometimes of, if you've never flown in a plane, what are the chances you would want to become a pilot? And I would argue that would probably be a low number. Would you agree?
I would, and again, the associate dean who presented to us was the one who said, well, they're doing limited outreach in high school, but it was her opinion that it needed to be started at a lower level in the elementary so that they can see somebody in a white coat.
Right.
And then because they do those makeup days, whatever they're called in school now, and you come as
White coat day.
Yeah, you
Yes.
wear your white coat because you've seen somebody in a white coat.
Right. And, what I've tried to do in this is, in some of the things we've been kind of working towards, in particular in setting up the Office of Workforce Development and in setting up Accelerate, we have put in place a career coaching program. And, I see what you're proposing here as being something that would maybe better fit under their purview than under UMMC. And the reason I say that is UMMC does a fine job of training physicians in our state, but William Carey does an equally fine job. And I might, say in certain situations, they've been able to reach some communities where, UMC, it doesn't have that same reach. But in both of those academic organizations, both UMMC and in William Carey, I don't know that they have the resources and structure in place in K through 12, where even if we allotted a significant amount of money towards this, that they could achieve that result. And so my comment would be on this, that I would love to work with you on something like this to make this happen. This is a challenging amendment because I like the concept of it, but I don't know that UMMC as the lead on this is really the best way to achieve the result that you're after here.
Well, when the associate dean or assistant dean, I cannot remember what her title is, but when she presented to us, she presented that they have the capacity to go out right now to the various schools and colleges. But, and she sent me back a folder this thick showing me their outreach. And so now this 20 million is not only for outreach, it's for recruitment and providing scholarships to these students to matriculate through the University Medical Center.
Yeah, and I'll just say that, I do understand what you're trying to reach here. I'm not be supportive in the form that it is here, but I will tell you that I will be glad to work with you and any of your counterparts to try to move a program like this forward. And I do understand the need, and I do think we can do better on that as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Blackman.
I yield.
Senator McDaniel, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, my question is, regardless of the merits, just put the merits aside for a moment. My concern here is that I don't think this amendment, if it became law, would survive an equal protection challenge under the 14th Amendment. Have you given any thought to that as to why the state would have compelling interest here?
Well, I have no reason to give any thought to that because we pass legislation in this body all the time, which could be subject to litigation. So no, I haven't given any thought to that.
I understand. You're correct about that. My concern, though, is that the Supreme Court, as you know, has been inclining away from these types of equal protection issues, and I don't think it would pass constitutional muster. In fact, I'm pretty certain it wouldn't. So my concern is if we pass this amendment and it's set aside, what then?
Well, if it's set aside, then we'll go to another method of recruiting African-American students for medical school. And that would be something that would occur probably over a 4 or 5 year period before, as you know, the process in litigation.
Do you suppose we can do that in a colorblind setting, though? Is there a way to do that in a colorblind way without the issues of race coming up?
I would love for it to be colorblind, but we know we operate in the state of Mississippi, and I'm dealing with the confines of what we deal with every day.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
I have a question.
You for a
Mr.
question,
President.
Senator Blackman?
I yield.
Yeah, Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Blackman, Senator Parker talked about possibly preparation in high school, kindergarten, high school, and pre-high school. Isn't it so that most high schools teach basic science courses like chemistry, physics, to make them equally prepared to be able to get into medical school?
You're correct, sir.
So the public school is doing an excellent job in teaching those students down in the grades these basic courses to make them want to get into medical school. The problem is that once they get these courses, it's so difficult, as your amendment try to correct, to get into medical school.
That's correct, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment, Senator Hobson, you recognize to speak on the amendment.
Where is he? Oh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Blackman. UMMC, I know, has many efforts to recruit African-American students. We've got a rural physician scholarship program to help recruit our in-state students to be rural physicians, and their education is paid for, largely paid for, if not fully paid for. And we've got other programs. I have not talked to UMMC about this at all, and I think that we have continued to make strides in our state, and I'd love to visit with them about this to see what other efforts are being made. But I think at this time, to take $20 million from our debt service, which could put us in a worse situation, is not appropriate for this, and I would ask you to vote against the amendment.
Okay, we're ready for your amendment, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like for 5 or more of my colleagues to stand for a roll call vote, and I ask you to support the amendment.
We have 6 or more. Mr. Clerk, please call a roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Bryan, Carter, Kaufman, Delano, Parks, Sparks, voting yes or yay? Voting yes or yay? Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay? Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Here we go. I had to cut you on there. Senator Bryan, for what purpose?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I'd like to change my vote from aye to no. And Mr. President, I would also like to have my name removed from the amendment. I do not know how my name got on the amendment, but no one contacted me about it.
Thank you very much, Senator Bryant. No.
To 34. Where you going?
To the vote, Kaufman. Wait.
Senator Kaufman, for what purpose, sir?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I vote no.
No. Kaufman. By a vote of 14 to 35 nay, 14 yea and 35 nay, the amendment fails. We're on item 10.
Actually,
Senator
I
Hobson,
think we
you're
need to
recognized.
move, if no other questions, we need to move passage by use of the morning roll
you're
call
right.
on item
Use of the
9.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. We're on item 10, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that we take up items 10 and 11 in block. That's my motion.
Anyone object to either one? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 10 and 11 in block. Mr.
Ask
Clerk,
titles
please
be
read the
read.
title.
Thanks.
Senate Bill number 3009, Appropriation, Community and Junior Colleges Board Administrative Expenses. Senate Bill number 3010, Appropriation, Community and Junior Colleges Board Support for Community and Junior Colleges.
I'll make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. With respect to the board administrative expenses, the total budget is $100,846,995. General fund support of that is $6,059,847. Out of the support bill for community colleges, it's $750,798,227. General fund portion, $206,369,562. The only change in those bills, with the exception of the things that I mentioned already on deletions and prior year invoices, et cetera, is the change on the community presidents. They approved for an additional $300,000 in their educational tech for their virtual community colleges and workforce online training program. So that number, instead of $2,144,914, would be $2,444,914. That's an explanation of the bills. I'll yield for questions. If there are none, I'll move adoption by use of morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Item 12.
Thank you. As we go to move to take items 12 and 13 in block.
12, and 13 in block. Anyone object to procedure? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay. Mr.
That's
Clerk,
the
please
time.
read 12 and 13.
Senate Bill number 3011, Appropriation Corrections Department of. Senate Bill number 3012, Appropriation Public Safety Department of.
Make use of motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator
I
Hobson.
move adoption and ask that you recognize Senator Wiggins to explain.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the chairman stated, that we are going with the LBR recommendation on Department of Corrections. The amount is $390,726,462. And in the Department of Public Safety, $248,452,334. In the Department of Corrections, the biggest notes are that there was $755,000 of previous year invoices for medical care. I will note that they do have a request for a deficit of $23 million in medical care. We are looking into that to determine, where they're going with that. I will say that medical care is one of the biggest expenses that they have. The LBR also represents funding and pins to address the Marshall County and Walnut Grove to keep those things going and keep us out of the DOJ lawsuits, or certainly manage that. Then on the Department of Public Safety, the reappropriation language that the chairman talked about, we put that back for bulletproof vests, driver licenses, capital facilities, and repairs and renovations to Malota. Also, it is funding the pay scale for sworn officers for FY24, which is at $723,143. All the various pins are placed back into the bill. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are you
President.
for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that you mentioned the deficit appropriation. Obviously, whatever decision is made would be added to this budget if we saw fit to do a deficit appropriation. Is that how that works?
If that's decided, working with the chairman, that's the case. Actually, as late as this morning, met with MDOC to get a handle on that. So yes, if that's decided, it is a big amount. And to MDOC's credit, they said they don't like coming here with that, but it's related to, and this came out in our hearing, it's related to the medical contract that they took out at the end of the year. According to them, this is to head off DOJ, but it is a $23 million deficit appropriation.
Okay, so they don't like coming to us with deficit appropriations, but they did in this case because they changed medical providers and it was needed because the DOJ was their explanation.
Their explanation was it's needed, and I think they're working with consultants. It was recommended that medical care, that this be done. What was explained to me was that according to them, this will lower the cost being expended. I'll put, let me give you my note. I'm going off of memory here, but under medical services, we currently pay about $27 to $30 an inmate per day. According to their numbers, with this contract, it ends up being around $14 per inmate per day.
Well, and I know this is first action, so I'm not.
It is.
But I'm not on appropriations, and I appreciate your indulgence. That number is actually going from 8 to 14. It's an increase, so that leads me to my next question. We're under a temporary contract, emergency contract right now, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And didn't go through the regular contract?
Did not.
Okay. So if they don't want to come back with a deficit appropriation, and they've already got a $23 million deficit appropriation, and we're under a temporary contract, and the new contract's going to go up. And the same thing's true in Meridian with the facility.
Wait, new contract, I'm not sure what you mean by a new contract.
Well, eventually, we're not going to go with emergency contract forever, I hope.
Correct. And
Okay.
let me answer that question because what was told to me was that the plan is to do an RFP this fall. So to your point, there will be a new contract done via RFP according to MDOC. And so, yes, that will, depending on how they write the RFP. But according to them, the idea is to lower the costs.
Well, I will go back and look at the notes I looked at when you were gracious enough to let me come to your subcommittee meeting, and I'm pretty sure it went from 8 to 14. And
Right.
there was all this justification on what they were doing that was helpful, and I'm all for it if we're doing the right thing and we're helping folks and we're doing things to be in compliance with the Department of Justice. But I just want to be clear, it's a $363 million budget action at this time with a consideration for a deficit, but we're under a temporary contract right now with a medical provider, and we're under a temporary contract right now with a provider of private management at the Meridian facility. And both of those contracts, if entered into, would represent a multi-million-dollar increase to the budget. That's the way I understand it.
You're right. So to your point, from where we were last year to going forward, if that is a multi-million-dollar increase, and hence the $23 million medical contract, emergency contract that they've done. That will be going forward according to them if they do that. Their reasoning is to address the DOJ lawsuit. Also, what was explained to me was that here's how I will explain it. They didn't have a good handle on what was being cared for, how the medical costs that were being incurred. To them, what was explained to me was that it will allow them to budget properly and to control those costs. Let me say this. Your questions are exactly what I have raised with them because it is a serious issue. And going forward, yeah, that's what's going to happen. And medical costs are a tremendous cost to the Department of Corrections.
Well, those two particular contracts I mentioned, that once they become actual contracts, we'll enter into the next budget year, and they will be back with a deficit appropriation based on the increases that have been requested. I just want to, we're not going to know that by final action, I assume, because the RFP is not even coming out till after we're out.
And I will say they better issue an RFP because in our subcommittee, we weren't happy, including the chairman wasn't happy, that this came out in November. And we budgeted with LBR, and all of a sudden, we got a $23 million cost that's being assessed to us.
Thank
you. And I wanted to clarify, thank you to Corbin. The numbers I quoted you were comparative numbers in Alabama, which was around $30 per inmate per day. What they're telling me is the cost is 14. The 8, not to speculate what they're saying, but what they're telling me is that if it was $8, but that was probably a low deflated figure because they couldn't track it or have a handle on it.
Well, if you're getting inferior work and
Correct.
you decide to do some better, it's going to cost more.
That's right.
I just want to be clear that we have two major portions of their expenditure that will not be under finalized contract before we vote on their final budget, which will put us back at a deficit appropriation next year.
100% correct, and that's because they came out after LBR and did this emergency contract. I have talked to them just to reiterate, it's got to be an RFP. That's how we do it. That's what needs to be done.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You have for a question, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. So the $23 million deficit appropriation for the correction budget is not in this bill?
Correct. That's correct.
And the two emergency contracts that Senator Sparks spoke about, will that $23 million deficit appropriation go up before final action, or are you saying, or in answering Senator Sparks' question, we'll see that next year?
That's yet to be decided.
Okay.
I think the chairman heard your question.
Okay.
But I'm not exaggerating when I say that when we received notice information, we were taken aback, and I'm being generous, because that's not what we had planned. And as you know, we have planned to try to get corrections worked out. And then all of a sudden, here we come with this. As I answered to Senator Sparks, that's what they're telling us why they need it. That's to be decided. This is first action. We'll see where that goes. But yes, that's, and as to Senator Sparks said, if the RFP comes out, this is a continual obligation to the budget of MDOC that we're going to have to fund.
And I'm not on appropriation, Senator, but when will we get a detail of all of the items that have contributed to the deficit?
That have what?
A detail of all of those items and corrections that contributed to the current deficit of 23 billion.
Well, first of all, part of the deficit, I should say, is the previous year invoices that has been included in there. So that's approximately $7 million. The other deficit is for this contract that was taken out. They can give us a breakdown of that. In the hearing that we had in our subcommittee hearing, part of that, the commissioner testified that some of those people are being used in intake. Okay, so that's a whole other discussion that needs to be had, that we're having. And so we're trying to get a handle on it. So as far as the breakdown, you'd have to see the contract that they have. I don't have that with me. But to your point, if it's got to be that, it needs to be an RFP, not this emergency contract stuff.
Well, I know you all have done a great job in trying to support the department and support the agency. And I understand the commissioner has said that he doesn't like to be in this situation coming back year over year. But the reality.
But that's what's happened.
That's what happened. Thank you.
That's what's happened, and I
don't like it.
Huh?
And I don't like it.
No, and I will say this to the credit of them. They're trying to get us out from under the DOJ. You saw that Parchman is now been certified, which look, 2 years ago, I was standing up here, we were talking about gangs, okay? So I will give credit where credit is due, and they've done that. And I think I certainly don't get comments about gangs like I used to. But we've got to address it, and that's their reason behind it. But yeah, in their words, they're trying to keep us ahead, but they need to be talking to us. I understand what they're trying to do, but communication is ongoing to get us there.
Well, I just think that I thank the leadership of Chairman Hobson and all the subcommittee chairmen and all of the members on appropriation. I'm not on appropriation, but I just think it defeats the whole purpose of going through a process where we try to do the right things by budgets, but then we have agency heads and agencies just can spend what they want to spend and then come back here and get a deficit appropriation. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Chairman Hobson agrees with you and said there are several deficits throughout that we don't fund, that we've chosen not for reasons like that. We do recognize where corrections is, and so that's why we'll decide. But to your point, yeah, it could be we could decide zero, and we'll be back here on final action having that discussion. So that's something we've got to decide.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator Hickman.
Mr. Chairman, most of my questions have actually been asked and answered through Senator Sparks and Senator Simmons. But I just had a couple of questions because it's my understanding that this process for this deficit request went through an emergency funding. And could you just tell us what that process looked like opposed to what the regular process should have looked like?
I'll answer it this way. We had our subcommittee meeting. We get our information, and all of a sudden we know there's a $23 million deficit. And we find out in that hearing that there's a contract that's been done, and they've obligated the state of Mississippi to $23 million. That's how I found out about it, and that's how the subcommittee found out about it. As far as the emergency contract, process, I'm not really familiar with that. I know that's happened in other cases. We need to, I guess, look at that. The regular process is to, the budget committee meets, they meet in the fall, they provide their information, and then when we come back in the session in January, we start appropriations, they come in, there may be an adjustment or something, that's why we come here. Since I've been doing this, I've never had an emergency contract with that, certainly to that degree, all upon the current. Okay, I'm being told that the current one goes under the Public Procurement Board. And this exempted them from doing that. So the regular contract goes through the the PBRB, and this contract, the emergency stuff exempts them from doing that. So there's lack of oversight from that standpoint.
And that's kind of what my main concern is and what my questions go to. I mean, I won't hide the ball. I'm concerned because I'm neither on corrections nor I'm on the subcommittee, but I've been hearing that this particular agency has done a good bit of their own kind of contracting and done things in this situation, and that concerns me. And so that's why, I tuned into this deficit request as well as what we're doing in their budget, because I'm just concerned that, we have an agency doing just whatever they want to.
Well, let me say this, Senator Hickman. I share that concern from the contractual side. I will say this, though, having raised questions with them. There's a cultural issue at MDOC about who's working, who's not working, okay? What is, and so there's a lot of things, there's moving parts going on. But we have been working on corrections for at least 4 years now. As I responded to Senator Simmons, I think it is better than it was 2 years ago at a minimum. So you got to give credit where credit's due. I think they do have a focus on the DOJ stuff. And MDOC didn't get there overnight. So to your point, yeah, I'm concerned. That's why I'm putting it out to y'all. That's why we're having these discussions, this debate. And it can't be done like that without going through what I call the proper channels. And so, that's where we are.
Yeah, thank you for yielding for my questions. Thank you for all the work you're doing. I just want to say, I get it, that Department of Corrections is a lot better and they're doing things right. And I think we share the same sentiment. Even though you're doing a good job, that still does not allow you to subvert the processes and do what you want to do on your own.
The processes are in place for a reason.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have a question.
You for a question, Senator Williams?
I do.
Senator Turner Ford is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator. My question is, it relates to the appropriation for the Department of Public Safety.
Yes.
Do we know if those service employees with driver's license, the driver's license division has received a raise in, let's say, the past 2 or 3 years?
I don't. Per the chairman, they under SEC squared, they've gotten at least the minimum and do that. So SEC squared being the new process under which the salaries are being looked at and all that.
And so, and I know in the past, with our ARPA funds and other incentives, I would say, supported law enforcement officers. But I was receiving calls, and I failed to mention this during the committee meeting on yesterday when we were discussing the budget. But I think a section of those employees believe that they have been overlooked in the raises that have been provided. And so that was really the basis for my question. I understand that this is first action.
Correct.
Do we know if the commissioner plans to?
Who's requested it? Okay. Yeah.
Provide any other incentives
DPS
other
has
than the
requested
SEC?
money for those raises. This is first action, so as we go forward, we'll be discussing that.
Thank you.
Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Wiggins?
Yes.
Senator Horn is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Mr. Chairman, in the corrections budget.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
I'm sorry,
Thank
in the public safety budget, can you tell us how many pins are authorized for the Capitol Police?
Capitol Police. We're getting that. I will say this, that all the pins were restored. So what we had,
If I remember correctly, there were 150 pins authorized for sworn officers.
yeah, okay, so 60 sworn officer positions at 4.5 million, three positions, let's see. So sworn officer positions were 60, which that's been added back. Okay. Per LBO, 160.
Okay, I thought there were 150 existing pins for sworn officers.
Right, 160.
160.
Right,
Okay.
160.
And is there a contemplation of adding any additional pins for sworn officers?
Not in, again, not in this. This is first action LBR, and that may be going forward, but no, not at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Senator Horn. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, ready, Senator.
Motion would be that passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, Senator Hobson, bill passes. Senator Hobson, we're on 14.
Thank you. I move that we take up items 14 through 19 in block.
14 through 19, Senate in block. Anyone want to remove one of the blocks? Anyone? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, please read 14 through 19.
Senate Bill number 3013, Appropriation Agriculture and Commerce Department of. Senate Bill number 3014, Appropriation Fair and Coliseum Commission Livestock Shows. Senate Bill number 3015, Appropriation Animal Health Board of. Senate Bill number 3016, Appropriation Emergency Management Agency. Senate Bill number 3017, Appropriation Military Department. Senate Bill number 3018, Appropriation Veterans Affairs Board.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. I move passage by morning roll call. I ask that you recognize Senator Delano to explain.
Senator Delano recognized to explain the bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Department of Ag's budget is a total of $23,221,399. $8,807,997 are general funds. That is at LBR. All of these budgets are at LBR. For the livestock show, the total is $211,540. Those are all general funds. For the Board of Animal Health, it's $2,378,104,000 for their total. Of that, 1.503301 is the general fund support. For the Department of Emergency Management, the total is $32,522,988 as the total. Of that, $4,709,810 of that is in general funds. In the Department of Military, the total is $153,491,789. Of that, $8,506,126 is in general funds. And the Veterans Affairs Board is a total of $8,618,533. General fund support is $5,476,914. And again, all of these are at LBR, and Mr. President, I will yield for any questions.
All right, questions on the bills? Questions?
There are no
Seeing none,
questions.
we're ready. We're ready
Use for motion, use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Senator DeBar, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
To the vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
On item number 18, Senate Bill 3017, I'd like to be recorded as not voting on that item.
Item 18, Mr. Clerk, 3017, not voting, Senator DeBar. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Bills passed. Senator, you recognize we're on 20.
Ask that we take up items 20 and 21 in block.
20 and 21. Anyone wish to remove one of the ones in block? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
I'd ask the clerk, please read the titles.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3019, Appropriation Ethics Commission. Senate Bill number 3020, Appropriation Judicial Performance Commission.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move passage by the morning roll call. Ask that you recognize Senator Norwood to
Senator
explain.
Norwood's recognized to explain the bills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. The ethics appropriation is $681,788, which includes the increase for the health insurance, state health insurance, which is all general funds. If you have any questions, I'll answer those questions at this time, Mr. President. Otherwise, I ask for approval on the morning roll call.
Did you do judicial performance too? Go ahead, you can do that one too. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Questions? Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. President, also want to go ahead and do the judicial performance, which the total funding is $726,506, which is $686,477 would be general funds, and also include the increase for the insurance. No question?
Questions? Any questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Mr. President, move that be approved on the morning roll call.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. 1 second, please. Senator Brannan. For what purpose, ma'am?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
1 second, we'll call the vote. Seeing none, bills passed. Senator Brannan is recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, I see my friend Mr. David Bowell with the Community Development Partnership in Philadelphia. David, thank you for visiting with us today. Good to have you at the Capitol.
Nice to have you. Senator, you're recognized for 22.
I move that we take up items 22 through 25 in block.
Anyone wish to remove 22 through 25? 1 second, please.
You need to vote President on that. We can do that. I would like to move 22 through 25 in block.
22 through 25 in block. Does anyone wish to remove one of those? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Ask that the titles be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate Bill number 3021, Appropriation Employment Security Department of. Senate Bill number 3022, Appropriation Revenue Department of. Senate Bill number 3023, Appropriation Tax Appeals Board. Senate Bill number 3024, Appropriation Workers' Compensation Commission.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call and ask that you recognize Senator Michelle to explain.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, also. The Senate Bill 3021 deals with employment security. This is at LBR funding request. It has the reverse repealer in it like the other bills do. The second legislation, Senate Bill 3022, deals with the Department of Revenue budget. We spent a lot of time with the Department of Revenue in hearings because they are such a large state agency. We had hearings in November and we had additional hearings the first month of the session. I'd like to give you some of the highlights of what we learned by talking to the staff. This is the year that we're issuing new car tags. That's done every 5 years. That's an expense of about $5.7 million. This is interesting to know that the revenues, are, as we all know, are up greatly. And since we have several bills that dealing with income tax cuts, I'd like you to know that our income tax receipts have escalated from $2 billion a year to expected to be about $2.5 billion this year. The ABC warehouse, of course, takes a lot of our discussions. There's discussions for the new building being discussed. There's a square footage of the current building is 211,000 square feet. The discussion is to raise that to between 300 to 350,000 square feet. We have $55 million projected cost for that. We've been able to benefit from looking at some similar buildings that have been constructed in the state of Oregon and Virginia. And unfortunately, the cost has escalated quite a bit. Expected cost now is closer to $100 million to build a building of that size. However, if we see that we don't need to build one of that size, one of the reasons we might want to look into is that the revenue produced by the wine portion of the spirits is that the wine takes up 60% of the floor space, but only produces 20% of the revenue. That's something that we might want to study further to decide if we needed to build that full 350,000 square foot warehouse. We got separate bills that deal with direct ship and also the sale in grocery stores that might affect the size of the warehouse that we would build. Fortunately, the labor was not affected. We thought that the opening of the Amazon plant would make it very difficult for them to keep employees. That plant, I got great statistics back from my Madison County, the area I represent, in that it has hired 3,100 people. It was projected to be about 1,000 to 1,500 jobs, and they have hired 3,100 people. But we have not been affected too negatively on that, and they're able to keep the jobs present for the workers in the warehouse. The ABC contribution to the general fund was $160 million this year, and also under discussion is that we may need to lease a short-term facility until we decide what size warehouse and design the warehouse and where the warehouse is going to be in the future. The Tax Appeals Board is at LBR recommendations. It has a reverse appealer in it as well. The one thing that sticks out in this agency is they're having difficulty within the constraints they have hiring. They're struggling to hire tax appeals lawyers. And someone with a master's in taxation, these are very complicated tax issues they deal with, and they're having difficulties, you might imagine, finding someone with a master's in tax that's willing to work for $60,000 a year. That's one of the things I want to work on in finalizing the budget. And the Mississippi Workers' Compensation Commission, Senate Bill 3024. This is at the LBR and also has a reverse repealer. There is in the language $75,000 for maintenance, but that building, believe it or not, is 40 years old now, and the roof and the HVAC system are just totally shot, just about totally shot. We're spending more money to maintain that HVAC system than we need to. It's great that we got 40 years out of a roof and a maintenance and a HVAC system, and the cost expected for that is $1.2 million for HVAC and $240,000 for a new roof. That's going to be addressed hopefully in capital expense funds, and if that's the case, then the $75,000 appropriation for maintenance will come out of the budget. Senator Hobson has already moved passage by use from on roll call, but I will be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bills? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Voters voting no. Present. We're now Senator McCon. For what purpose, sir?
To the vote, Mr. President.
To the vote,
For
Senator.
number 22, I'd like to be reported as not voting or present.
3022, Department of Revenue.
No.
Is that the correct one? You got it?
3021.
3021, Employment Security. McCon, not voting. Harkins, for what purpose?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I'd like to be recorded as voting present on item 25, Senate Bill 3024.
Present Harkins on item 25, 3024. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, bills passed. 26, Senator.
So we go to that item, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3025, appropriation mental health department of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move passage by the morning roll call. I ask that you recognize Senator Hill to explain.
Senator Hill, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate action is at LBR, $644,811,524, a decrease of $4 million, basically. And that is due to some one-time monies being taken out, capital expense funds for a mental health pilot program at MDOC, and also the one-time capital expense funds for the forensic unit at the state hospital. So those are basically the reductions. Otherwise, it's level funding, and there is the $1.795 million increase for health insurance, and we saw that as well last year.
Questions on the bill? Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator
Yes.
Hill. Senator
Yes.
Jordan is recognized for a question.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, how much was the increase in mental health? I think $4 million.
Basically, if you take out the one-time money, it's pretty much level funding from last year.
Level funding from last year, which means the same amount.
Yeah, on first action. Of course, this has a reverse repealer. And they also got ARPA funds, which will be reappropriated in the ARPA bill. So they have another source of funding currently for certain things with ARPA.
How much resources in the other bill you just mentioned?
I don't have the totals of that. That bill would be handled by Senator Polk, I believe, on the ARPA.
The reason my point is because we're having so many problems, mental health, hospitals trying to exist, and they have to deal with those situations in their hospital in some instances. So I was concerned about the amount of appropriation.
Okay, I'll read you off. Council's handed me these reappropriations. Reappropriate $55 million from the Coronavirus State Recovery Lost Revenue Fund. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. $80,600,000 to the Department of Mental Health for assisting with behavioral and mental health needs and operational expenses. And that was from SB 2865 in 2022. Also reappropriate $18,250,000 to the Department of Mental Health for community mental health centers. And that was ARPA Bill 2865 from 2022. So those are some additional areas of funding from that one-time federal money that's being sent to the Department of Mental Health and being reappropriated. And the Department of Mental Health has actually made some very good strides in adding beds and crisis units in various areas of the state, and also for the IDD waiver program, for adding additional slots in that to decrease the waiting list for that. So there's been some good strides made in mental health over the last couple of years.
So this appropriation in the bill today increases the amount about how much?
Well, this appropriation bill that I have in front of me is basically a $4.9 million decrease. Excuse me, a $4 million decrease from last year, but that's because we're taking out one-time monies that were used at the state hospital for the forensic unit and at the community-based mental health pilot at the Department of Corrections. So if you take those out, those one-time monies that were spent last year, this bill's basically almost level funding.
Almost level funding to the previous year.
Pardon?
Almost level funding to last year?
Yes. And this is on first action. This, of course, is not the final bill.
Not the final. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Senator Blackman, for what purpose?
Amendment at the proper time.
Please proceed, Senator. Thank you very much. Any questions? Questions?
Yes.
Okay. Senator Blackman, we're ready for your amendment.
Yes, about $8 million. Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is give the Department of Mental Health an additional $10 million, and the Department of Mental Health is to develop and implement an outreach plan to the schools, junior colleges, community colleges, and universities for students who have had an adverse mental health effect from the lockdown as a result of the COVID-19 emergency. That's all the bill does. The amendment does, I'm sorry. And if there are no questions?
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose?
Question.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Wiggins is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Senator. And I see what that says, but there's a rule that's been operated about where the money's, you say take an additional money, where's this money coming from?
Debt service. It's on the next.
So you're adding debt to the state of Mississippi in order to fund this?
For a tremendous good purpose, because there have been studies that have shown that the lockdown for the last 2 years, almost 3 years, has had devastating effects on our children, and we need to provide the mental health assistance to them so that they can catch up in school. I read an article last night or night before last that said that the students are at 2019, 2020 levels across the state, across the country, because of the mental issues that they encountered, and I'm sure also because of the lockdown, and because they were not able to interact with their friends, they were not able to communicate with their teachers.
Right. So my question is, yes, you're adding debt service to the state of Mississippi.
I'm taking it from debt service, yes, sir. And
Okay,
as I understand from, I think last year, we paid down over $300 million in debt from the ARPA monies, and we are going to continue paying down debt this year. And so debt service is the logical place to take the monies from. If there are no other questions, Mr. President, I would like for 5 of my colleagues to stand, and I request a roll call vote.
Now, Chad, Senator Hobson gets to speak. If y'all keep your seat for a moment, we'll do that in a second.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Blackman, look, again, thank you for the comments. I think you're not inaccurate that we've had some stress on our schools because of mental health issues. We have put a tremendous amount of money into mental health and are continuing to put it in 7.5 last year, general funds, and we're already looking at programs this year to address this very specifically. I don't know what the amount's going to be. I don't know what the amount is going to be, but we're already looking at specific programs to address some of the concerns about mental health in our schools. And so I'm going to ask you to vote against it. I don't think we're at the end of the road on where we're going to be with mental health treatment for our students, but we have made strides. I'm proud of them. I think we've got a longer and a little bit farther to go, but I'm proud of some of the efforts that you have all made to try to help mental health in the last couple of years, and we'll continue to do so as we go through this process. Thank you.
Okay, Senator has requested individuals to stand in support of a roll call. We need 6. We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Blackman,
Aye.
Blunt,
And I,
Bryan, Carter, Hobson,
No.
Parks, McMahon, Whaley, Wiggins. Voting yes or yay, Blackman, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay, Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Kaufman, Chastinall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Fail, 13 yea, 34 nay. Senator Hobson, we're back on the bill.
I have another amendment, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Senator, I did not see that. One moment, please. Okay. We'll get it up here just a second. It's just handed to us. Just one moment. Okay, Senator, we have it up on the screen. We're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is appropriate additional $5 million to the Department of Mental Health, and this is for the purpose of defraying expenses related to providing mental health therapy to parents of children who are transgender and to children who are transgender, to provide counseling and support until the children reach the age of 18 upon the passage of House Bill 1125, and that's on the general calendar on page 4. If there are no questions, I ask for 5 of my colleagues to stand for a roll call vote.
Questions? Questions? Okay. We have 6, we have 1. We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, before we do that, Senator Hobson, you're recognized to respond.
I repeat what I said a few minutes ago on the previous amendment.
Thank you, Senator Hobson. Okay, Mr. Clerk, call the roll, please.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingham. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Blunt. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Frazier. Jordan. Parks. Voting yes or yay, Blackman, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay, Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Amendment fails. 12 yeas, 35 nays. We're back on the bill.
Motion would be passage on a morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Record as voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Recognize Senator Hobson, number 27.
I move that we take up 27 and 28 in block.
27 and 28. Does anyone wish to remove either of them? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please read the titles. I'm sorry, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate Bill number 3027, appropriation Tennessee Tom-Bigby Waterway Development Authority. Senate Bill number 3028, appropriation Chiropractic Examiners Board of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual. 1 second, please.
That's what I just needed.
Oh,
Okay, 27. Senate Bill number 3026, appropriation Transportation Department of State Aid Road Construction Office of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator,
And 27 and 28.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
I'll move adoption by the morning roll call. I ask that you recognize Senator Branding to explain.
Senator Brandon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 3026 is the budget for the Office of State Aid Road Construction, and this is at LBR. The Senate action will be $189,821,822. The only change from what they requested is the deletion of some vacant pins, and there is a reverse repealer. And then Senate Bill 3027, which is the Tenn-Tom Waterway Development Authority. It's at LBR also. The Senate action will be $475,154. There is also a reverse repealer on this, and there was just a deletion of some of the contractual services that were requested. Happy to answer questions. Otherwise, the motion is passage on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bills? Questions? Seeing none, use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, both bills pass. Okay, Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2:15 this afternoon.
Stand in recess until 2:15. One moment, please, Senator, before we take your motion. Senator Harkins, you want to remind of the meeting?
Yeah, we're going to remind Finance Committee meeting at 1:30 in room 216.
1:30 and 2:16. Mr. Clerk, anyone else? Senator Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request excused absent for Senator Juan Barnett today, please.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, Senator Pope, till 2:15. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess. I'd like to call the Senate to order. Senator Hobson, you're recognized. We're on 29.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we take up items 29 through 35 in block.
29 through 35. Anyone wish to remove one of the items? Seeing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're in block.
Ask the
29
titles
to
be read,
35.
please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate Bill number 3028, Appropriation Chiropractic Examiners Board of. Senate Bill number 3029, Appropriation Dental Examiners Board of. Senate Bill number 3030, Appropriation Funeral Services Board. Senate Bill number 3031, Appropriation Massage Therapy Board of. Senate Bill number 3032, Appropriation Pharmacy Board of. Senate Bill number 3033, Appropriation Council's Board of Examiners for Licensed Professional. Senate Bill number 3034, Appropriation Veterinary Examiners Board of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready, Senator.
I move adoption by use of morning roll call. I ask that you recognize Senator Butler to explain.
Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. President. Senate Bill 3028, the chiropractor examiners, and that is level funded at $106,461. Are there any questions? Okay. Next one would be the dental examiners, and the dental examiners is level funded at $1,047,856. Dental examiners. Next, Senate Bill 3030, funeral services, and it is funeral services funded at LBR, which is $303,348. And our next one is the Board of Massage Therapy, level funded at $192,736. And Board of Pharmacists. With the Board of Pharmacists, they're requesting $30,000 for a new vehicle, and also they're asking that $300,000 be set aside for the possibility of moving. They've been asked to move. And I think the next was veterinary. The next one was professional counselors, and it's level funded at $273,865. Our final one is veterinary examiners, and this fund is level funded at LBR, which is $192,617. Are there any questions?
Questions on the bill? Bills, plural. Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
If there are no questions, Mr. President, I so move that House Fish be passed.
It would be use of the morning.
By one more call.
All in favor? I'm sorry, does anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, thank you, Senator Butler. We go to item 36. Senator?
Mr. President, I ask that we take up, and my motion is take up items 36 through 41 in block.
36 through 41 in block. Anyone object to any one of those? Wish to remove one. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're in block. Mr. Clerk?
Senate Bill number 3035, Appropriation Architecture Board of. Senate Bill number 3036, Appropriation Gaming Commission. Senate Bill number 3037, Appropriation Geology Board of Resident Professional. Senate Bill number 3038, Appropriation Motor Vehicle Commission. Senate Bill number 3039, Appropriation Accountancy Board of Public. Senate Bill number 3040, Appropriation Contractors Board of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move adoption by use of morning roll call. I ask you to recognize Senator Turner Ford to explain.
Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized to explain 36 to 41, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board of Architecture, Senate action is $353,253, which represents $1,878 above LBR. It's based on restoration of contractual services, which was cut during LBR's review. There is a reverse repealer in the bill. Gaming Commission, Senate action is level funding of LBR at $10,404,940. There is also a reverse repealer in that bill. Board of Registered Professional Geologists, Senate action is at level funding of LBR, $138,639. Reverse repealer is in the bill. Motor Vehicle Commission, Senate action is $1,586 above LBR for a total amount of $364,324. The $1,586 represents $1,000 in travel expenses and MMRS fees in the amount of $586. There's a reverse repealer. Board of Public Accountancy, Senate action is $8,000 above LBR for an amount of $713,511. The $8,000 represents a restoration of contractual costs based on operational expenses. And then Board of Public Contractors, Senate action is $18,000 above LBR for a total cost of $4,055,386, representing operational cost. I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bills? Questions? Seeing none, Senator?
I move adoption based on morning roll
Yes,
call.
the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure or is voting no? Present. Seeing none, all passed. 42, sir.
Ask that my motion is that we take up items 42 through 52 in block.
42 through 52, Senate in block. Anyone wish to pull one of those items? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're ready.
I would ask that the titles be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate Bill number 3041, Appropriation Audit Department of. Senate Bill number 3042, Appropriation Banking and Consumer Finance Department of. Senate Bill number 3043, Appropriation Finance and Administration Department of. Senate Bill number 3044, Appropriation Governor's Office and Mansion. Senate Bill number 3045, Appropriation Information Technology Services Department of. Senate Bill number 3046, Appropriation Development Authority, Mississippi. Senate Bill number 3047, Appropriation Gulf Coast Restoration Fund to the Mississippi Development Authority. Senate Bill number 3048, Appropriation Personnel Board. Senate Bill number 3049, Appropriation Secretary of State. Senate Bill number 3050, Appropriation Treasurer's Office. Senate Bill number 3051, Appropriation Debt Service General Obligation.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call and ask that you recognize Senator Polk to
Senator
explain.
Polk, you're recognized to explain the bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all can see, this is government operations. Many of the state agencies are included in this bill. The total amount for all of the bills that we have just projected is $1,064,930,000. And that is LBR, and it's every one of the bills has a reverse repealer, so of course we can discuss it. The one thing I think that may need to be pointed out is in the Treasury's budget, and almost half of the total of the $1 billion that we're looking at are $540,698,000 for debt service. If there are no questions, then I think the chairman has asked for morning roll call.
Well, I think you have to go through each one, sir.
Sir?
I think we go through each one as
Okay.
explanation, then we'll come back for questions, sir. If you just cover them all, we'll come back for questions on them.
Okay.
No problem.
Department of Audit is at $12,617,000, and I'm going to round these off. Banking and Consumer Finance, $11,531,000. Status of Women Commission, $47,260. Finance and Administration, $70,843,000. Finance and Administration torts claims, $6,552,000. State property insurance, $13,865,000. Broadband office, BEAM as we call it, $162,949,000. Mississippi Home Corporation, $1,810,000. Governor's office support for Manchin and his office, $3,389,000. Information technology, $51,430,000. Wireless communication, $11,136,000. The Mississippi Development Authority, $102,602,000. Gulf Restoration, of course, right now is zero. Personnel Board, $4,547,000. Secretary of State's Office, $29,483,000. Treasurer's Office, $5,776,000 for operations. Treasury for investing funds, $150,000. Treasury for Impact, the scholarship program, $35 million. As I said, the debt service for bonds and interest, $500,698,000. And then debt service for bank service charges, $500,000. And as I said, the total is $1,064,930,000.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Now we're ready for questions on any of the bills, 40 all the way down to 52. Any questions? Okay, now we're ready, Senator, for your motion.
I think the Chairman made motion roll call, morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Board is voting no. Present. Seeing none. All passed. 53, Senator Hobson.
Ask that we go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 3052, Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund, fiscal year 2024, reappropriated certain agencies.
I make the usual motion.
Chair makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Move adoption by use of the morning roll call, and I ask that you recognize Senator Polk again to explain the bill.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here I am back with ARPA again this year, but there's a reason. You know, last year we spent $1.5 billion. And I hate to say it this way, but it's kind of hard to spend $1.5 billion in a year. And so many of our state agencies, it's going to be multi-years to spend the money we appropriated last year. So what I want to do is explain this as it was explained to me. When the legislature appropriated ARPA funds last year, the funding provided to each agency was for multiple years. Based on the Mississippi Constitution, Section 64, the legislature can only appropriate funds for 1 year and 2 months or 18 months if a deficit was passed in January that was effective upon passage through the next fiscal year. Therefore, we must each year reappropriate the ARPA funds to allow the various state agencies to expend those funds in the following fiscal year. This is the bill we will use each year to reappropriate the ARPA funds to these agencies. The legislature fully intends to keep our obligations which were created in the previous session last year with the ARPA funds. This is very common practice and is done each legislative session. We're not appropriating any new funds than you appropriated last year. It's just the Constitution requires us each year to reappropriate those funds. If you would like, I can go through the bill and give you each section change, but the dollar amount remains the same. The only thing I will say, in 3 instances, we are not reappropriating funds. Those 3 instances are, as you remember, the governor vetoed a UMMC appropriation for the adult hospital of $50 million. We appropriated $10 million for the National Guard, and they've informed us they have spent and will spend that money. The DFA health insurance, our state health plan, we gave $60 million to help with the coronavirus payments that they had to make. They have spent that and added it back. So therefore, those three appropriations do not need to be reappropriated. Mr. President, I'll be glad to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Senator McConnell. I'm sorry, Senator Blunt. For what purpose, sir?
Question.
Your first question, please, sir.
He's got to get over there. No, that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Paul. My question is about Section 6 of the bill. That's the $10 million for the private schools.
Yes.
What is the status of, I know what has happened in Hinds County Court. Tell me what would happen if this bill were to pass without that section in it. Is the bill that we passed last session, would that still be in effect, or is that Section 6 in this bill necessary to make that funding available?
We've got to make that funding available because last year we did pass it. It is in court, so therefore we need to reappropriate it in case the court finds that it is legal to do that, and then we would have to make that payment.
But if this bill were to pass without that section in it, then that money would no longer be available to the private schools of the state.
That's right, and the money would go back to the general fund. I'm sorry, the ARPA fund.
Okay, I'm having an amendment prepared to offer at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Other questions? While he's doing that, Senator Barr, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed. We're waiting on a moment. Please proceed, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in the North Gallery, we have the George County Leadership Class. They've come up today, some of the leaders of George County. They would stand, and if the Senate would make them welcome to your Capitol.
Thank you, and welcome to your Senate. Okay, one moment, please. We're waiting on the amendment. Oh, I didn't see it. Okay, Senator Blunt. Senator Blunt on the amendment, sir. All right, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendments on the screen. The amendment deletes Section 6 of the bill. You'll remember, I think it was on the last day of the session last year, after numerous votes, the legislature approved and the governor signed a payment of $10 million in taxpayer money to the private schools of the state. There was subsequently a lawsuit about that. It started in Hinds County Court, and the court ruled that that was unconstitutional because the Mississippi Constitution requires that no taxpayer money shall go to a school that is not a free school. And I'm not a lawyer, but I know what free means. And so if this amendment passes, the $10 million that Senator Polk said would be returned to the ARPA account. That lawsuit would be over. The state wouldn't have to pay for it, and the money would go back into ARPA to work its way through the appropriations process. I'll be happy to answer any questions about the amendment.
Questions on the amendment?
If there are no questions, Mr. President, I would move adoption of the amendment, and I would ask for 6 senators to stand for a roll call vote on the amendment.
Senator Polk, you're recognized to respond first, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is an amendment that the body should make a decision on, so we'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, he's asked for 6 members to stand. We have 2. We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment to 3052.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman,
Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McLendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Pope. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Jordan. McDaniel. McLendon. McMahon. Moran. Parker. Parks. Voting yes or yay? Seymour. Voting yes or yay? Barrett, Blackman, Blunt, Boyd, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, McCon, Michelle, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay, Blackwell, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingame, Harkins, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, McDaniel, McMahon, Moran, Parker, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting present, McClendon.
Senator Suber, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. To the vote.
Please proceed.
If Senator Jordan was here, he would vote aye. I vote no.
Pair, Suber, Jordan. Jordan, aye. Suber, no. The amendment fails, 19 yeas, 26 nays. Back on the bill, sir.
If there are no further questions, I believe the chairman's requested morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. We'll move to item 54, Finance. Chairman Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 54 through 57, have them obtain their place on the calendar, go to item 58, Senate nomination number 53, and have the title read.
54 through 57 retain place on the calendar. 58, please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate nomination number 53, Sarah M. Fox, Brandon, Mississippi State Tax Appeals Board as chairman. 6-year term beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2028.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Fox appeared before the committee. This is a reappointment for this position. She served in this post for a while. She meets all the qualifications, and there was no derogatory information in her background. My motion is we do advise and consent if there are no questions.
Questions on the nomination? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it.
You do advise and consent on the morning roll call.
Okay, all right. That's fine, Senator. Go ahead.
That's it.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? The court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Confirmed. Local and private. Senator McMahon. Pass. General bills. Judd B. Advise and consent as well. Okay, we'll move to announcements. Announcements. Anyone have an announcement? Senator Horn, for an announcement, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 adjourning memories. The first, Mr. President, when the Senate adjourns today, I ask that we do so in honor of longtime DHS worker and a longtime well-respected social worker, Mrs. Jane Emling. She was 95 years old and she passed on the 9th of February. And also, Mr. President, when the Senate adjourns today, I ask that it do so in memory of Mr. Robert Stokes, a Lanier High School graduate.
Thank you.
Jackson, Mississippi, and Ms. Rachel Watkins of Jackson, Mississippi. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. For an announcement, sir.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns today, I ask the adjourn in memory of Ben Patton, who's a member of Sheriff Chris Dickinson's Etowah County Sheriff's Department. He's also the son of my 2nd grade teacher. So on behalf of Senator Bryan and Senator McMahon, I'd like to adjourn in Ben Patton's memory today.
Thank you, Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
On behalf of Senator McConn and myself, I ask that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Shannon Lee Mott.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman.
Introduction of resolution out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed. Senator Branning.
Announcement, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you. The Mississippi Railroad Association is hosting a legislative reception Monday evening at 5 o'clock at the Iron Horse Grill, and all members are invited. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, would you please read the title, Mr. Clerk?
Congratulate Mr. Rural America, D. Dotson of Greensboro, Mississippi, on the memorable occasion of his 100th birthday.
Senator Barrett.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of myself and Senator Albert Butler, I would like to adjourn in memory for founding member of the legendary Christian Air Quartet, Mr. Tyrone Porter, who passed away February 14th, 2023.
Thank you, Senator. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Senator Simmons, D.
Adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourns today, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Joseph Reddix, the son of Dr. Carl Reddix, who passed away Wednesday of this week. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? I'd like to thank the Senate. We have a very busy week coming with hearings and whatnot. Appreciate all your work to clear the calendar today. Recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today, at which time the Journal will reflect that we are adjourned until 4 p.m. Monday.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.